Hello? Good morning, Franz. I was pretty sure I hit the start streaming button before I walked away to feed the cats. Apparently it didn't actually take. There is a stream today, I promise. But, what is my channel without a little Monday morning scuff, huh? Good morning, Fantasy. How you doing? I apparently don't know how to push buttons properly. I'm just sitting there, I'm about to start talking, and I noticed the little live thing and go through the chat, and I'm just like, why didn't it go through? That's weird. And I changed the stream title and everything. Apparently, I hit the start streaming button, but it didn't actually take. I am glad you're starting to feel better. That is the most important. We're gonna do our meds refill while we wait for people to filter in. There's 7 of those maracas. We need 7 of those maracas. Tessa, have you eaten your breakfast? I doubt you've eaten your breakfast. God, my space is so barren. It's weird. Dash! Jeez, all the things at once. A street. Oh god, I haven't even done that yet. I just got out of bed and started moving. Didn't even stretch at all. A posture check, of course. Everybody on shrimp line spines. Give yourself a little wiggle. Nice slow one. Like seaweed in the ocean currents. And for the hydrate, we take our meds. Fantasy, make sure you take your vitamins. No, Fantasy doesn't get to work. Fantasy gets to rest. I know the stream is starting late. By 7 minutes because I'm an idiot and couldn't hit the button properly before I walked away to feed the cats. But we're going now. Death, the stream chat user tracker doesn't even recognize you're here. Alright, let's slowly get moving here. First of all, let me watch my own stream. Like a good streamer. Elections in Norway. Well, I hope your elections go well and you don't end up with a tiny-fingered, Cheeto-faced, fat-wearing shit gibbon. Look, it's hard to do much worse than America did in their last election. It would be really hard to do worse than that. Keep in mind, you don't have to tell anyone whom you voted for. If you don't wish to. Do not feel pressured. Us people in civilized country. Us people in civilized countries, we at least have more than 2 options. There's always been a running joke in my household that America's one party away from being a dictatorship. And now they're just one party. They're just one party. They're just a dictatorship. Dwarf, good morning. Jeez, everybody coming in with using up their star shells today. I need like a volcanic eruption. One that you can only redeem once or twice per stream. Kind of like Zeogrim's fireball. Tsunami. Yeah, that they gotta be the like really expensive ones. They're gonna be like 5K. How you doing today, dwarf? Doing good? Pre-roll. I thought I had pre-roll ads turned off. They changed my shit again. Yeah, pre-roll ads for incoming viewers fully disabled. I had that shit turned off. You shouldn't be getting any. Maybe this is why I'm not getting any viewers. Twitch says one thing and does another. How is it that I lose, like, one tiny thing on my desk when there's only, like, 10 things left on my desk? Doing good. Got the Scale Brigade set in Deep Rock Galactic. Need to be a player level 100 to get it. Oh, nice. Well, congratulations. I haven't played Deep Rock, but I know that, that Sai and the others, Sai and Puma and them, they play it. I had some really weird dreams last night. Just like, I'm so baffled by them that I just sort of keep sitting here thinking about them. Hey, Necromancer, good morning. So now that everybody's here, finally, well, most people are here. How was your weekend? How were y'all's weekends? We played with the old ones to show them the ropes. Let's say the rocks and stones. The engines. I mean, Deep Rock Galactic is pretty interesting when you think about it. It's space dwarves. I wonder how they came up with that concept. Maybe they're just like, maybe they used a randomizer of some sort. Blow me nose, I'll be right back. Ugh, the goldenrod is so strong lately. Scout Tranko wormhole special and ended up in Fortnite. Oh, you had a bad weekend? I'm sorry. Sorry, Necromancer. I send hugs. Remember, if you ever need to talk, you can message me. Tesla's just sitting there on the floor. Nugget, I bet you didn't eat your breakfast. Well, yeah, Necromancer, you're one of the OG people. You can message me if you need to talk. Okay. You're a frond. I gotta check on Tesla, make sure he's eating his food here. Oh, he actually ate about half of it. Oh. I have to pet him to get him going, eating the rest of it. Rouse Riders, good morning. How was your weekend? Yeah, the stream was late today because I walked away to feed the cats and I thought I'd hit the start streaming button. I'm pretty sure I did. And apparently it just didn't take. But we're back. We're working on Necromancer's absolute gorgeous painting. Oh. Lost your ground. I'm so sorry, man. Yeah, like, even if you know it's coming, it's still hard. Look, my mom is probably not long for this world. I might, if I'm lucky, have another 2 or 3 years left. And, like, that is the most terrifying thought to me. I don't think about it, I don't think about it, I don't think about it. My last set of grandparents on my dad's side. What? What just happened? You said to hug emote, and then my Fujitech just stopped working. Just turn that off. I guess something happened with Fujitech. I'll have to look at that later. The stream skipped. Yeah, that hug was too powerful. Your hug was too powerful, Death. It broke stream. That's... Yeah, my last set of grandparents, both on my dad's side, we thought Grandma was gonna go first, and then like the last Christmas we had with them, like I asked my parents, I was like, hey, can we go see like the family for Christmas? And my dad was like, no, it's too far. The winter driving is really bad. And you know, the whole family is where I live now, and we were living in Ottawa at the time, which is, you know, it was a 6.5, 7 hour drive, and in the winter it's longer and more treacherous. And then everybody got together at my aunt's place for Christmas, and then by the 28th of January, Grandpa had been admitted to the hospital, and then was like, he was dead. Cancer. Came fast, hard, and then he was gone. And then exactly 100 days after he passed away, Grandma passed away too. I guess she just couldn't live without him. They'd been together for something like 79 or 80 years. That's been hard on my dad ever since. Neff, thanks for the hydrate. I already took my med. Thank you. And it's okay, Necromancer. Talking about grief sometimes helps people through it, and it's hard. Like, God, I still think about Atlas, and he was a cat. Nugget, what are you doing? does. Death, thank you for the clip. Oh, have you lost weight, Fantasy? The Power of Ugg. Let's go watch it. You said to hug and then my Fuji tech just stopped. That's funny. But yeah, Necromancer, don't feel bad about bringing it down. I still grieve the loss of my grandparents. And I know that, like, we all face that sort of thing in our lives. We all face loss. I offer you Tesla pearls instead. But, you know, I think it's something that's important to talk about. And don't feel like you're bringing down chat if you mention it. Yeah. Sai lost her grandparents in the last year as well. Not only did she lose her grandfather the same year my mom had her stroke, but then Atlas passed away last year, and then while I was away at Conquest, Atlas passed away just before Conquest. Atlas was her cat, and while I was away at Conquest, her grandmother passed away. And she only had one set of grandparents because her mom was not in contact with her family. Her mom was adopted, so she didn't even know her grandparents on her mom's side. So, like, they were her only grandparents. And as you all know, my mom had another stroke this year, even though she wasn't supposed to. They were like, oh no, the medication she's taking, she probably won't have another one. And she did. And that's part of the reason why I finally agreed to move home. Other than the fact that I couldn't find a job and it's just a waste of money for me to continue staying here. And my dad's like, we can't help you with anymore with the rising costs of literally everything. And on top of the threats from the United States, my family wants me farther away from the border as well. So, like, everything's tough, it's weird, it's hard to talk about. Fantasy gets some hugs. Yeah, sometimes we talk about tough subjects, but that's part of life, and I think, like, how we approach those things is really important, and I think it keeps us human to remember that, like, we all experience the same kinds of things, the same loss, and there's nothing wrong with communicating that pain with each other, because I think it helps us connect more, and I think it keeps us sane. And it doesn't mean that we can't still have a good time. Yeah. Well, I'm watching my dad's feelings tear him apart. And I hate it. So, I get to go home and make everybody cheer up. It'd be like that one scene in True Lies with Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's like, his friend's trying to cheer him up by, like, talking about, like, his own ex-wife and all his problems with women, and Arnold Schwarzenegger gets so mad and he, like, smashes the window of the car he's standing next to with just his bare fist. He's like, "Stop cheering me up!" I love that movie. The 90s was a great time for films. You got, like, Sneakers and True Lies and all sorts of awesome movies. Hunt for Red October. Dante's Peak, which was apparently, like, it was considered a flop, but that was also, like, at the same opening weekend they were, like, re-releasing Star Wars or something in theaters, so everybody went to see Star Wars and not Dante's Peak. And the same year, Volcano came out, and Volcano did better than Dante's Peak, but Volcano is a terrible film. Like, it's just objectively awful. I have Tesla in my arms, and now I can't do anything because he's just here, and he's not attempting to leave. I just have this loaf in my arms, this tiny black loaf. Oh. Now he's attempting to leave. Alright, I'm gonna quickly go take his food and put it away, because he's not gonna eat anymore. We'll be right back. Alright, let's work on Necromancer's gorgeous painting. There's all the hearts for Necromancer, and everybody else too. Cats are adorbs and the best. I realized the other day that that each of the cats has its own, like, nickname, title, whatever kind of thing. Nicknames are usually shorter. River being Shitstick. Velcro being Danger Beans. Mathis is Ravenous Bugbladder Beast. And Tesla's Turdnado. How long have I worked on this? Like 4 months. But not like 4 months continuous. It's just, you know, off and on. I only work on it on stream. But, yeah, no, I've worked on this a long time. I don't know what I'm going to do after this is done. I have no idea. I did make a new emote last Friday. The Q burrito. So I made this, I actually made this for Skilltree. If you remember my story about the thermal shield that I brought to keep warm at Conquest, because I had frozen like the year before. This was the key. And it's more he's mischievous than angry, but I had brought this thermal shield and I had put it on my cot initially, and it worked very well, except no matter how I moved, no matter how little I moved, it was like somebody secretly trying to open a chip bag. And so that just became the thing, and people just started calling me a burrito. I ate 220 pounds. God, I wish I weighed that little. I need to lose precisely 100 pounds to get there. Yes, I'm fat. But yes, everybody started calling me the burrito in chat last week. And so I made an emote for Skilltree, and so it's probably exclusive to the Dendronia server. So if you end up going to Conquest and you're in Dendronia, you can actually use this emote there, but I will probably add it to our server too. Yeah, Nameless is a guy. I happen to be a female. Biologically. I don't necessarily agree with it. I'm just a potato. I've always been a potato. Before I knew words like gender neutral or trans or whatever, I was like, I want to be Robin Hood, or I want to be Batman. Why can't I be those things? It's like, well, you're a girl. And I'm just like, well, can I not be? And ever since I was small, I've been, quote unquote, one of the boys. All of my friends were boys. Most of my friends were boys. I don't want to be Batgirl. She's not as cool. I want to be Batman. No, Robin Hood was the one I wanted to be. And they're like, you could be Maid Marian. And I'm like, pfft. Gross. Wear dresses and shit. And instead, my male aesthetic is this. Turns out that my mask aesthetic is more feminine, and my female aesthetic is more masculine. So, like, all of my female characters, or almost all of them, are very tomboyish in their personality, and largely in their dress. Short little danger potato, but Little John is actually a giant. Little John's a big dude. Hey, Aki. But yeah, it's weird. Like most of my female characters are very masc-leaning, and most of my male characters are very femme-leaning. At least, like, my quote-unquote mains. The Adam West Batman, I mean, yes. Yeah, my introduction to Batman was, like, the original Batman film. Like the one from the 90s. I'm alright, Aki. I got a bit of a sore throat this morning. I don't think I slept very well. I was late in starting stream only because I didn't hit the start stream button before I walked away to feed the cats, even though I'm pretty sure I did. But my mouse has been clicking twice, so maybe it clicked twice, like really fast, and I didn't notice. Do you have a good weekend, Aki? Yep, Florida's gone like full anti-vax, haven't they? It's a bit insane. Unironically, like Batman Forever and Batman and Robin. I mean, they're bad films, but they're also like good films in the way that like they're so bad that they're kind of good. Like Judge Dredd, the original Judge Dredd film, like the first 30 minutes are pure gold, and then the rest of it's just like, this is a terrible movie, but it's still pretty good in terms of it being a terrible movie. Like, this is fun. Sincere cringe. Good weekends are good. I had a restful weekend. We're gonna work on Necromancer's painting today. I promise. And yeah, I had a restful weekend and packed some boxes. There's not much left on my desk, and it's really weird to have space on it. And I keep looking down, and I'm like, this is wrong. This is so wrong. I thought it was bad when I took away like the big organizers with all of my like art tools in it, and then now everything else is off the desk except for a couple of bits and pieces here and there. And I'm just like, this is too spacious. There's probably more echo in my room because I've taken just about everything off the walls. Yeah, I call fantasy randomly. Well, like, we were already chatting. And I had Tesla in my arms, so it was really hard to type. So I just called fantasy, and we chatted for a little bit, and then I had to go pack. Because, yeah, I have to move out at the end of the month. And I've got a friend coming in a couple of days to take some things, so I'm gonna get him to take the awkward shaped stuff. Thank you for the hydrate, Aki. Yeah, so I've got a friend coming in a day or two, I think. I'm gonna get him to take, like, all the awkward things. Like, I have this big cauldron that has my Halloween decor in it, and this old, my laundry hamper with, it's just, like, filled with blankets and pillows and fabric and stuff. My guitar, you know, the things that don't fit well in a moving van because they're not in boxes. And he's only got a small car, but he's going to take the extra time to come from his union meeting in Toronto, because, like, I think him and my buddy Braddock are both really high up in the union where they work. And they have to go to Toronto pretty regularly for meetings. So they're coming down from Ottawa to Toronto, and then they're going to take the extra, like, hour and a half drive out to my city on their way back out of town to come and take some things. At least Tyler is. I don't know if Braddock is. Oh, I just have an acoustic guitar. I used to play, but my arthritis is really bad in my hands, so it's really hard for me. I'm just reading everything Ross is reading. We've activated a special interest again. I'm not gonna hurt him, I'm gonna disintegrate him. Nothing left to hurt. I mean, that's one way to deal with it. Oh, also, I want to get some glow-in-the-dark embroidery thread. Hold on. I want to get some glow-in-the-dark embroidery thread. Something fell over in the kitchen. Gotta go check. Alright, what did you do? Boy, am I glad those old Bailey's bottles are really hard to break. I have an old Bailey's bottle that I use as a rum prop. What is going on today? And the cats have knocked it off the mantle, where I'm like keeping all of the stuff I have yet to pack in the living room. Sorry, there was just like the long honk. Velcro, did you scare yourself by knocking shit off the mantle? Danger beans, trying to break all my glass before I leave. I was in the shower the other day, and I was like, what is this? Like, if I got like have you ever had like a hair poke into your foot? Like, just get caught in your foot? Just like a piece of hair, a single strand of hair just pierce into your foot. I've had that happen a couple times, and I was like, oh god, my foot keeps hurting. But every time I put my foot down, I must have gotten hair stuck in it again. And I lift my foot up, and like I feel around that one spot that's hurting, and I pull out a chunk of fucking glass from my foot in the goddamn shower. Because one of the shards from the glass that Velcro knocked over last week or the week before just happened to be in the shower, and I guess I hit it just right. Hadn't washed down the drain by some miracle, and it was just in my goddamn foot. It must have been in my bath mat, because like I would think it would have been washed away by now. Yeah. Goddamn danger beans. Anyways, I saw this really nice picture, and I'm like, that's really neat. And I want to get some glow-in-the-dark thread so that at night, after wearing my costume for the full day, there's going to be these glowing bits on it. But I also want to have UV reactive stuff. so that if somebody shines a light at me after the glow in the dark is worn out, it will all light up really fiercely. Viking runes? No, I'm gonna be designing my own stuff. I need to figure out how to make my own applique so that I can make some really nice applique for Nameless. Yeah, no, I want to design my own language and writing system for the Demora. But I'm really bad at actual linguistics. Contrast in here. Good, you stay home under a blanket. I wish I could send you some chicken soup. I found some in my cabinet. I need to move the extra cat food out of one of the bins because it's one of my packing bins. And so I was cleaning out the cupboard and I found some cat food. I found some chicken soup where I want to put the cat food. I'm like, well, this needs to be used up too. Try to use up as much as I have. One good thing about moving is you get to go through everything you have and get rid of the superfluous stuff that you don't need anymore. I think Sai did a better job of blocking her door today. Rivy can't open it, and he's very upset about it. homework quote for me. I'm a pal, okay, so just give me the intel or I'll crush your nuts to the point they have to define you as a woman. Oh yeah, Harley and Cora have both offered to help me. I just haven't had a chance to really sit down with them and talk about it. I talk with Harley a little bit more frequently than I do Cora. Mostly because Harley likes to flirt with me, and I'm just like, I don't know how to handle this. I swear I have autism. I've just never been tested for it, but I'm pretty sure I got it, because damn, some social cues are just like, they mean nothing to me. I've made chicken soup from scratch, and man, it was so spicy. I made a sweet and sour chicken soup once when Sai was sick, and not sweet and sour, hot and sour. And like, I cannot replicate that soup. I don't know what I put in it, but it was so goddamn good. And like the next week I was sick, so like we had soup left over. But when you're sick, there's nothing better than something super spicy to just kill everything that's in your throat. I never knew that I would enjoy drawing smoke this much. But at the same time, when you think about it, it's just clouds. And we all know how much I like drawing clouds. Is that TTS guy working in? I have no idea. Havarti likes to work whenever he just wants to. I'm sorry. I don't really know. I'll be back in a second. Sorry, I had to use the facilities. With her place to make a workshop space, make into a book bindery, and a general hobby place. Sniff! Why'd you add the ghost pepper extract? Why did I find a random bone? Necromancer does skeleton for me. I really lose something. Who knows? There's always loose bits and pieces. I keep trying to keep track of their bits, but they ain't got much going on up there. Traffic noises. There's a big truck outside. Demon give you trade offer. Demon receive your soul. You receive a cool looking stick. Hell yeah! I hope you can hear River. I have no soul. Start building up some contrast here. Oh, it looks so good. I can't even begin to express how proud of this I am. I want you to do more paintings like this. Get in here. Fix up some problems. Welcome back. I should make a group photo of chat as the next art project. I would need character references for people. Hello, phone. Tracking? Is it okay? Is my tracking okay? Okay. It's all my loose cables. I don't know why, but every cable I have plugged into my computer is just loose. And I don't know whether it's because my case is not good or I've done something wrong with the installation. Painting looks so messy at this size. But like if I tried to make the painting like smooth everywhere, I think I would lose a lot of that natural nice smokiness. Enjoy nap in the shade, Aki. Hydrate. I'm gonna have to go make some tea or something soon, I think. This is actually at 100%. This is the actual size of the painting. So y'all know. All caps would have been appropriate. It's fine. Okay, I like seriously fucked up this horn here. It's fine, we'll fix it. much it muddied that. Oh, not too bad. Like, a lot of detail that can easily be lost or what reminds me of the phrase that says something like, if your hard work or something, if your hard work with something has worked, they, the viewers, will not notice. So much effort is put in making everything work, but not enough people actually appreciate or even get how much effort Anderson Patch has put in something like this. It's like the photos replications that I do that I posted in Skilltree. People were like, oh, you traced it. I'm like, no, I didn't. Or they're like, why would you post two pictures next to one another? But like the reaction that I get is just kind of like, okay. Like, why did you do this? You have the photo. I don't think they realize that it, you know, takes me a week or more to do one of these. At least the photo replications. The reason the paintings take me so long is simply because I have to come up with everything from scratch. So something like this painting takes a lot longer because, well, I have to make shit up. And that requires a shit ton more effort. I have to make executive decisions on things like pose and environment. And that's why the painting takes so long. Whereas a photo replication is a lot faster because I'm literally just copying what's already there. It doesn't require imagination. Here I can see the future, Ellen. Prove it. Here I can see you'll break your leg. Here I'll break the villain's leg. Villain, you can see the future. It's like some people who think photography is simple or equate it to AI. That Shadowversity thing really pissed you off, didn't it? Photography is a skill, and it's a difficult skill to actually truly master. I know, because I like to do photography too, but I am not nearly as good at photography as I am, say, painting. Because painting is my primary skill. I first learned how to draw on paper, which is why I recommend anyone who wants to learn how to draw that they learn how to draw on paper. It's like Evan and that one I found recently, Inkwell, who are both trained as traditional painters. You learn so much from drawing in a physical medium that you just can't get digitally. And if you want to do a single layer painting like this, with exception to the jewelry in my case, it's a lot more effort required. And just knowing how to paint in a physical medium has really helped with the ability to paint a single layer digitally. I've just done to this tail. That's a lot better. Ross is so pissed off about the Shadiversity thing, it's amazing. Yeah, like, honestly, Shad is a hack, he's a charlatan. I can't believe I used to like him. He started going more right-wing as his channel progressed in popularity, and like he's trying so hard to be Brandon Sanderson, except he's not a good person. He's narcissistic and problematic and gross. They may both be Mormon, but Brandon Sanderson is at least humble. He makes from both real and virtual photography and hammers in how to try and make good photos. He also sees a lot of photo references as having artistic vision, not an artistic eye! I think artistic eye, I think of Uncanny Valley Supergirl. The Toad of Truth. I don't know what the Toad of Truth is. Also, yeah, photography can also tie into things like cinematography and general camera work, shot composition, etc. AI can't replicate that worth a damn. All those AI stands and bros just being like, artists are cooked. Yeah, the thing is, like, AI's starting to poison itself, which is hilarious, and I'm just like, yes, mod! You either think they aren't going to get their faces eaten by the leopards, or they think they'll be able to get out of the way before they get mauled. They just don't care. They just want to ride trends. Yeah, well, I mean, look at the state of America right now. You're just like, yeah, I can see how this happened. It's like all the NFT guys too. You're just like, ugh. The crypto bros. It's just that Picard putting his head in his hands meme. Death has redeemed a streak in a posture check. Oh, I needed that. Everybody got shrimp vein spines. Just give your neck a little gentle stretch. Always be gentle with the neck. Move your shoulders a little roll. Wiggle back and forth. Release the spine. Flow like seaweed in the ocean currents. Ooh, make myself dizzy. The toad of... You don't know what the toad of truth is, but it sounds funny. Well, I guess we'll have to create the toad of truth. All we have after that is they realize they're not crosshairs. They just want to make money. They don't care how. Yep. Well, I mean, like our society is set up that way too. Like it doesn't matter how you make money, as long as you make money, then that's all that matters. And when you look at the president of the United States, like he's the biggest grifter of all, and well, he's the president. Why wouldn't people look up to him? Oh, has he been going after Nerdforge too? We have idiots again who might have already ran into the past met to a stream complaining about an exhausted order from England for his Lamborghini. Seeing some people of my own demographic favor some travel for vessels. Yeah. And he wondered why it cost him so much, saying something about how he voted for Donald Trump to make money, being upfront about it. And he's like, this is not what he voted for. No, one of the things I really hate nowadays is all of the Trump supporters are like, this isn't what I voted for. You know, the ones who are getting their husbands and wives, like, taken and deported. And they're like, this isn't what I voted for. I voted to get the criminals off the streets. And we're like, we told you this was going to happen. Everybody told you what was going to happen. And now you're like, Pikachu face, it's happening. What did you expect? We all told you. Why are you surprised? It's like, you know, when 300 million other people are telling you this is what's going to happen and you still vote for it anyways, and then you're shocked when it happens and you want our sympathy, like, go fuck yourself. Streamers told us because of the tariffs. He's like, what the fuck is a tariff? Yeah, what the fuck is a tariff? It's the idiot tax. That's what it is. Fuck your feelings before getting their own feelings hurt. You should tell them to fuck your feelings. Yep. Like, you expect us to have sympathy for you. But you didn't care enough to hear what we had to say from the start, and now you're shocked that the thing we said was gonna happen is gonna happen. All because you're too stupid to do your own research. It mostly comes down to a lack of education and critical thinking. That's really what happened in the United States is straight up a lack of critical thinking skills. And that's why, like, we should teach critical thinking in schools as an actual educational point. Because we need to. Because if we don't, we're just going to keep ending up in the same position over and over and over again. Mathis, what do you want? Just gonna give ourselves a defined area to work with here. decided to try and get an achievement for the demo. Super GP2. Didn't realize at the time it was a full game. The country flag I was using at the time, Canada, would also carry over to the demo. So when I finished the demo, Hira! Hello, good morning! It was next to the Canadian flag and it feels bittersweet. Look, you're not Canadian in my eyes, Ross. I'm over because at least when I made a record, I was the only one from North America to rank as highest on there. Nice. Just Death Sand. Sharing someone's entire remote collection. Thanks for the hydrate fantasy. How you doing, Hira? Did you have a good weekend? We're doing the work. Your weekend was too busy. Mine was very relaxed. It's a lot of emotes. Something wrong with this wing. So much wrong with this, just this one wing.
Sorry, I'm doing the weird artist thing. The body's good now. The wings are better. Not quite right yet. It's right here. Doesn't have the kind of curve that I want it to have. Sorry, I went into full concentration mode here. So many emotes. Oh, the flipping back and forth, like flipping the canvas over and over. There's something in the like the balance of the picture and the symmetry is bothering me. I think I fixed it though. Yeah, something was really, really bothering me there, and I just had to make a whole buttload of adjustments. Might have to lurk heavily for a while, it's fine. And then Necromancer puts down more emotes. So all the moving emotes are making my head spin a bit. Yeah, I kinda agree. All those hype train emotes. Oh, Necromancer has the bleed purple as well. You've been in a really high level hype train, haven't you? Because this one is like a level, like, 110 or something. The bleed purple. I think that's my highest level hype train emote. I'm not sure. You had to have been in some really, really big stream when a hype train happened, and yeah, and you couldn't have been AFK because you would have had to have subscribed during that hype train or given a gift. Flip, flap. And now there's snip, snap.
Mathis, come here, buddy. You want attention? Don't run away from me.
Alright, no more moving emotes. Let's get chatting and get those emotes off the screen. I have a Mathis, so we're taking a break. As soon as I get him purring, there'll be more potato. And yes, you do hear one of the cats. You hear Mathis. Oh, he's purring now. I've got him. Yep, the more you chat, the faster the moving emotes will go away.
No more moving emotes off screen. They go by emotes and poof. Thank you, Necromancer. I still see a large portion of them, but that's because of OBS chat. You guys get math this time. He is easy to please. You're making me sleepy. You're making me so sleepy. I'm really tired today because my sleep was very disrupted last night. I just could not get to sleep. Okay, microphone, can you sit properly? Sorry for the noise. Mathis, you soft and fluffy man. Your white patch is finally growing back in. A trophy? Oh, a trophy. The H goes after the P instead. Fantasy. Necromancer really is the best necromancer.
You purr so much. Soft baby. I'm sick and dyslexic, okay? I just assume that your spelling mistakes are attributed to English as a second language. Possibly more. I don't know how many other languages you speak. I know Europeans tend to speak a lot more languages than North Americans. I once met a guy when I was like a really low-end beginner security guard who spoke 14 languages fluently. He could read and write in all 14. And I'm like, why are you a security guard? And he's like, I don't know, I just like it. Like, you could work for the government and make so much money. And he's like, yeah, I don't know. He was just this old, like, Middle Eastern dude. God, there isn't even anything on my windowsill anymore. Like, normally I use my windowsill as, like, a shelf because my desk is too full. I don't even have that anymore. There's nothing on there. It's weird. There's hardly anything left in my room, and it's the most bizarre thing. Like, I look around, I'm like, where's everything? Yep, no, I think he just wanted to vibe, like the dude was retired, and he just wanted something to do. It's kind of wild that security guard is the thing you do as a retiree. I'm like, wouldn't you want your security guards to be, like, strong and healthy and young? Because you're so confused by that industry. I think I'm gonna go put on the kettle. Because I need to get up and move because I'm doing the, like, artist thing where my eyes are getting all screwy because I'm so tired. But, like, I want to paint more, so I need to get up and move. So I'll be right back. Everybody get up and stretch. Move thy legs. My mug. What's doing there? I don't know.
tea, some cheese slices, and some pepperettes for a snack.
Snack time.
Sent me a photo of my avatar. Here to enjoy your nap in the shade.
I look so skeptical. I'm just like, It's just snack time. AKA breakfast. Fantasy, did you remember to take your vitamins? Oh, here comes Mathis's paunch swinging back and forth. I heard the cheese wrapper. Nacho says hello. Nacho should come here and hang out. Nacho and his beautiful dreads. Oh, and here comes River. He also heard the cheese wrapper. It won't be long before Velcro comes down from off the top of the cabinets. So, like, when we order Coke Zero, we usually get it as, like, one of those big pallets of, like, 24 cans. And right now, like, getting stuff to the recycle is just a little bit difficult because we're so busy. So we just have, like, one of the empty pallets sitting on the counter with, like, the plastic wrapper still partially in it, and I walked out and I just find River just sitting, like, ensconced in this thing. And Velcro's sitting on top of the upper cabinets above the fridge, and he's just decided that that's his space now. Tesla used to go up there, but he doesn't anymore. It's kind of weird that he doesn't. But I think he has trouble jumping up and down. Because he's an old man now. I kind of like the darker wing. Just looking at it in the thumbnail. And good. Taking your vitamins is important. I just take my vitamin D. The little droplet containers. A little bit harder to remember to take. Luckily, vitamin D drops taste like basically nothing. They have a little bit of a flavor. It's just kind of like, this is a thing you're putting in your face flavor. Left to grab some food. Well, you came back just in time because we're having snack time. I've got some cheese slices and some pepperettes and a cup of tea. And now the cats are getting a little piece of cheese. That's all you get, burglars. I don't think I've ever had a Slim Jim. Yep, the cheese tax has been paid. The pepperettes I like the most are from a company called Pillars. And I don't know if they have that brand in the US or not. Oh yeah, that's right, you're Canadian, aren't you? I always forget that. I think they have the hot rods at my local Dollarama. I live in the same city as where Schneider's was founded. So like the Schneider Meat Company. So we have like the Schneider Museum and everything, and the meat packing plant. And I have some on a rare occasion. You're not missing much, to be honest. Honestly, the Hot Rod might be the name for Slim Jim in Canada. Because, like, we have some things that are the same as the US, but they're just named differently. And, like, honestly, when I'm at an anime convention, there's nothing better than a hot rod that's been sitting in your bag for, like, a couple hours, where it's, like, you know, it's 30 degrees outside. And, like, this thing has just, like, melted partially inside of his package, and you're just, like, this greasy, egregiously greasy meat stick when you're really, really, really hungry and tired and need salt, and this thing is the saltiest, greasiest son of a bitch, and you're just like, yes. Yeah, Slim Jims are just long pepperettes. I know what they are, I don't think I've ever had one, unless they're hot rods. Enjoy your nap in the shade, Ross. I hope it's actually a relaxing break. Of knowing your life, it's probably not. Necromancer's just offended by the idea of this really greasy meat stick. That's the thing, like, when pepperettes start to heat up because they're mostly just fat and leftover bits of whatever with some spices, they tend to get really, really oily. And by oily, I mean just greasy from the actual fat in them. And it's the best thing when you're really hungry and tired. Especially advertising from Macho Man Randy Savage. Like actual advertising, because I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't see advertisements. Hot rods look different from Slim Jims. Hot rods are really, really, like, super cheap. Like, they're the cheapest of the cheap garbage that you can get, especially in, like, the, like, pre-packaged, single-package pepperette kind of deal. But when I'm really, really hungry and tired, and I've just been running around all day at like an anime convention or something, oh man. And I've had one of those in my bag for a few hours, and it's just been like mangled in the bottom of it. They taste better once they're battered. And I don't mean battered as in fried, I mean just absolutely mauled in my bag. Oh. I don't know who Randy Savage is, unfortunately, Dwarf. I also grew up without cable TV, so, like, people talk about these cartoons and TV shows, and I'm like, I have no idea, because I never got to see any of that, and I spent most of my time in the woods or drawing things, or reading. He's a wrestler. With that name, it makes sense, but then, you know, you look at Adam Savage, and he's the opposite of a wrestler. I figured he was like some sports dude or outdoorsman or something. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make the that lighter portion of the wing here by the tail and make it match the other side. I like the dark better. The faintest hint of highlight. The hiccups now. Yes, Adam Savage is one of the Mythbusters. I'm subscribed to him. She got up close to the mecha hand and character Mr. Wink used by Hellboy 2 animatronics. No, it's okay. Have you seen what happens when Ross gets going? It's just like a wall of Ross text. It's fine. You are not spamming. I think redoing that egg exercise last week also helped with the painting. I don't know how or why, but repainting that egg seemed to have helped a little bit. So I feel like I'm doing better this week than I was last week. Fix up these lines that I made wonky. better. I want to build a custom R2 astromech droid that looks like tube called T00B. The 1 to scale RC robot. Do it. Just do it. Just go and do it. That sounds like fun. Tube. Now that I have a 3D printer, it's gonna be so much easier. Fantasy has booped my snoot! It is the boop snoot. Like the droop snoot. But it is the snoot that gets booped. The boop snoot. It's been so long since I've done that. Thank you for the snoot boop fantasy. Oh, it looks so good! We're getting so close, guys. There's still a lot around like the eyes that I think I need to fix. A little bit of work on the skin, as always. The shoes. But oh man, the background looks so good. Ah! The droop snoot? Yeah, the snoot would droop. The snoot drooped. Yes. It's the droop snoot. I love that video. Whoever edited that, they edited that into the program, I think. Like, that was just a clip straight from the program, and whoever was responsible for that is a king or queen. They're just royalty. Droop Snoot is so great. The Concorde was definitely a time. Necromancer, he vibrate. Oh, I wrap my hand around my teacup and I feel the warmth seeping into my bones. Oh, yeah. Hold on, we're gonna stop drawing for a little bit while I sit here and warm my arthritic fingies. I'm so old. I was born old. Oh, it feels so good. My hands are always freezing. Oh, Rivy? Where is she? River? I just heard him meowing. The weird thing is, it sounded like it came from beside me on the side that has nothing but a window. And I'm like, well, he's not outside. I'm gonna go check the balcony. Just to make sure. Oh, that's where he is, okay. There's so much echo in my room now, it's just like River was meowing. Really? River, what are you doing? I've got you. No. He was on the other side of my room on my nightstand, where he shouldn't be. Something stuck in my toe again. It was not more fucking glass. Hi, Revy. Oh, your little tongue is sticking out. It's doing a little blimp. What am I gonna do without you, huh? You provide so much entertainment. He's not much of a purr kitten. He's more of a scrim. You gonna scrim for us? No? You're not gonna scrim? You just want attention, don't you? He just wants attention. I've got him on his back and now he's falling asleep in my arms. Meow. Now he's awake again. Listen, Shitstick, I'm gonna miss you so much, you know that? To think I was gonna adopt this one, but I don't think he likes me very much. When he starts screaming, I give his side a little pat. He's like, blah, 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 blah. Oh, he's such a whiny baby. Every time I go to kiss his belly, he screams. Silly man. Silly man. You got enough attention?
Cat hair. He's under my desk. Which means he's gonna go after me cables. Shit stick. Why? I'm still here trying to organize my computer files. Is it something within your control, Ross? Because if it's not within your control, there's no point in being angry about it. You just live your life. Oh, but it might fuck me over all the same. Yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that's the way things just are at the moment. The only thing you can do is encourage everybody around you to go on general strike. Everyone. Like, the whole of the American society needs to go on a general strike until the government steps down. That's what you need to do. Everybody just stops working. Literally everyone. The whole of the economy just shuts itself off. And if you are able to, I would prepare in advance for something like that, because it probably won't be long before something like that does in fact happen. Oh no, you see, if there's a general strike, people just stop working. They don't even protest, they just stop. And your entire country grinds to a halt.
You don't even need to protest. You just simply don't go to work. You don't buy anything. If you can avoid buying stuff, absolutely. Grind your economy down till there's nothing left of it. Your farmers are already begging for bailouts that they don't deserve because they are all the ones who voted for Trump in the first place. So, but if there's nothing you can do about the situation you're in, you might as well not allow yourself to fume over it, because you're just causing yourself stress, which then causes health problems. Which then leads to a greater strain because all of the stupid Medicaid issues happening. It's like, I wish I could offer better advice, but this is the only advice that I have to give, is to just encourage a general strike and let the economy grind to a halt until they step down. Because, I mean, there are politicians, and politicians are expected to lie, but not this egregiously. Did you know that if it weren't for gerrymandering, Texas would be a blue state? The right wing, yep. That's what they are. Every accusation is a confession with them. So they're saying that every time they say that the liberals or the Democrats are like child abusers and pedophiles, they're actually talking about themselves, because they just assume that the other side is just as bad as they are. The whole thing with like Nancy Mace walking out of the Epstein victims meeting interview thing, like, I think they should take her back, make her sit down with them, and tie her to the chair. Just duct tape that woman to the chair, put tape around her mouth so she can't talk. And so all she has to do, the only option she's got, is to listen. Because she walked out of there crying and making a big scene, and it's like, you still haven't changed your position. I have no respect for that woman. She doesn't care about assault victims at all. She's just virtue signaling. I had a hypothetical conversation in my head regarding a Trump cultist and when something that is based on American, like 2006, when fascists like AIM cults were claiming liberals were the real problem in America. The presidency and Congress and the Senate were run by the GOP. Told to stop blaming the liberals for the way things are going right now. Why do you do it? Because they told me so. Oh, why do you believe the GOP are right? Because they said so. Who's the president? King Trump. Who controls Congress? The GOP. The Senate? GOP. And who's at fault? Not the GOP? Huh, weird. They're the ones in charge of it all. Why do you blame the liberals? Because they told me to. And that's... Yep. That's about what it boils down to. And then they're like, I'm not in a cult, and I'm like, bro. But these people have, like, no sense of self-awareness at all, or self-respect. If they had self-respect, they would think for themselves and, you know, check the facts for themselves. That's why I actually have respect for that one lady while she did vote for Trump. It's like, well, she fact-checked her way out of the cult. And it's like, I can respect that. You learned critical thinking skills. Congratulations. Welcome to the rest of the sane world. Let's carry on and see what we can do to get more people out of the cult. Because that's all we can do. And you know, I'm kind of happy in some ways that Trump won, because now Canada hasn't gone down that route, because we were close to going that way. And then we saw everything that Trump started doing, and we're like, oh, hell no. I mean, Doug Ford still won the provincial election. The man knows how to grift, I'll tell you that for sure. And he's not that much more intelligent than Trump, so I hate that guy. People are like, we want our $1 beers. Well, those $1 beers never came to be. It's like, congratulations, you got played. Canadian politics ain't much better than American, but at least we still have more than two options. And that's why I vote for the general third option, maybe even the fourth, depending. One of these days I'll figure out how I want these ones to be painted. Still makes me angry, I nearly fell into the rabbit hole. Oh, you nearly fell for the cult too, huh? This, I need to hear about it. How did you get yourself out of it? Because the more stories we hear about how people got themselves out of it, the more we might be able to find ways to bring other people out. I think that's really important. Like, I know people don't like it when I talk politics, when I'm doing art. And I understand, because, like, the world is fucked up right now. But I think part of the reason we are in the position that we're in is because we're always like, oh, we don't talk about politics. It's like finances. It's like, oh, we don't talk about finances. And then we find out that, like, there's this huge pay gap between, you know, men and women, or, you know, people of color and whites. And it's like, well, it's because we never talk about it. Nobody ever says how much they get paid. And in a way, that kind of culture was set up from the beginning to marginalize the others, so that, you know, you don't realize you're being paid less than someone else. I just vote for lower gas prices and lower prices of eggs. We can still be mutuals. We can still be friends. Nope. Content creators wondering why they're being abandoned after admitting they voted for Trump. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure how I think at the time. I was just willing to hear out from the other side. It seemed like some things didn't seem so unreasonable. And the more I saw, the more terrible stuff was. All the while, I still kept my distance. Yeah, because you have critical thinking skills. This is why they need to teach critical thinking in school. But the less educated people get, the more people who are corrupt get into power, and the more they fuck up the education system to stop people from becoming educated and realizing that they're being duped. Yeah, like, I thought Kamala was gonna win. I honestly did. And so I was like, nah, she's absolutely not. I'm like, how can they possibly vote in Donald Trump a second time? I mean, look at the crowds she's drawing. But she didn't go to rural America. She didn't talk to the other half of the population. Conversation first reasonable, and then they weren't. Yep. But honestly, if Kamala had won, Canada would be going in the opposite direction right about now. We would have voted in Polyev, as much as I'm just like, how the fuck could we possibly have voted him in? Because he's Trump light. And in some ways, I'm glad that she lost, because now we have saved ourselves. We woke up, especially with all the rhetoric of like the 51st state shit. I say we, but like the other half of Canada woke up. They came out of their fever dream. They stopped seeing the shadows on the walls and decided to look behind them and see what was creating the shadows. They're like, hey, wait, this isn't right. It wouldn't have made much of a difference. You wouldn't be having, like, the mass deportations and the horror stories of families being ripped apart. And you wouldn't have, like, the Ice Age and shit and the Seacot bull crap. You wouldn't have that, but the status quo would not have changed. You wouldn't have the tariff war either. The high voting standard of anyone who isn't a fascist supporting a lack of standards of cultists. Fucking existence will not be enough for how far they're going to stretch just to votify. Yeah. Justify voting for Trump, yeah. They didn't want the leopard to eat their face, they only wanted the leopard to eat the faces of the minorities. This is why single issue voting is stupid. And I will never forgive those people. I may not be an American, but I have people who I care for dearly who are Americans, and they are suffering right now. And even the people I don't care for dearly, I see innocent people suffering, and I'm just so mad. And I've gotten sick of being mad that I just can't feel it anymore. And I know that's like dangerous to just ignore it, but it's like there's literally nothing I can do other than to have these conversations. But people are like, I don't want to talk politics. And that makes me mad when people are like, I don't want to talk politics, because this is how we got into this situation in the first place. You need to discuss social issues. And I know largely that is political, but that's just how it is. Social issues need to be discussed, because otherwise we will never find a solution to the problems. So maybe a tiny bit. Trump voters suffer the consequences of the choice. Only a tiny bit. I only... It's not that I don't care about them. Like, they're still human beings, and they're still suffering, but they brought it upon themselves. It is their fault that others are suffering as well as them, because they didn't want to listen, and they didn't want to take the time to think. They dug their heels into the sand and said, no, I'm not going to change my mind, because you won't see my point of view, whether it's religious or social or whatever. Or, you know, like 2A dudes, the like Second Amendment bros, almost all of them voted for Trump. And now they're like, they want to ban trans people from owning guns based on the fact that they call it a mental illness. So what's to stop them from saying that, oh, you have an anxiety disorder, that's a mental illness, no guns. You have depression, that's a mental illness, no guns. And like, how far does it go? Oh, you're high functioning autistic, no guns. You're over 65, no guns. You're over 50, no guns. You're starting to lose your cognitive abilities. At 40, no guns. You're under 25, no guns. Because your brain isn't fully developed until you're 25 years old. And before you know it, nobody has any guns, and then the government can do whatever they want. And I understand the Second Amendment people. The Second Amendment was written and, you know, valid for its time. It made sense. But, no matter how many guns you have, you're not going to be able to take on the US military if your president decides to turn it against you. You will not survive. The best, and honestly, truly the best way to shut them down is to just not go to work. You just stop. Everybody just stops. And that's what a general strike is. There's no protesting. The streets are just empty, like in COVID times. Just tumbleweeds. And when your economy grinds to a halt and the government ceases to function because the people said, no, we will not stand for this, then guess what? The government will have no choice but to step down, because you're not violent, so they can't force you out of your house to go to the office. They can't, like, shackle you to your desk. Well, I guess they could shackle you to your desk, but they still can't force you to do the job. You could just sit there and do nothing. And that is honestly the most infuriating thing. The reason why they're doing these invasions of like LA and Chicago and stuff is because they're trying to rile up the public into doing something so that they can declare martial law. And if the public does nothing, then they can't do anything. Yep. And that's why I, instead of advocating for just, you know, taking out the ICE bastards, do nothing. Or one video that I saw last night was some guy was filming the National Guard. He got permission from them to film them first. And all he did was stand there and whistle the national anthem as they stood there in a public space, wasting taxpayer dollars and their own time away from their families to do jack shit. And it was the most awkward silence, other than the whistling, and just people going about their daily lives in the background of this train station. And that was like, nice. Want something legitimate, a legit positive happening? Yeah. And like, fascist governments and fascist regimes try to control the people using force and fear. But if people stop buying stuff and they stop working, the economy itself grinds to a halt. So, like, one thing that you can do is, in your neighborhood, encourage people to trade with one another. So, like, you grow zucchinis and another person up the street is growing kale. You can trade kale and zucchinis. Another person's got some chickens and you can trade your zucchinis for chickens. Or for eggs or whatever, you know. You become a trade and barter economy instead, and then the government has no money in taxes. It's like you're not buying anything with money, so you don't need money. You just trade. You don't have room for a garden? Trade in skill. You know how to mend clothes? Offer to mend clothes in exchange for a couple of eggs, some milk, tea. Not allowed to harvest rainwater? Do it anyways. Just do it anyways. Honestly, you get out of my box to honestly do that. Yeah, well, then do it. You want to screw over the bad guys. Sometimes it takes a little bit of effort and a little bit of courage. A lot of courage sometimes. So, like, well, a few months ago I was just like, burn it all to the ground, like Elmo fire levels of, like, fuck it, let's destroy the bastards. I'm no longer of that opinion. Like, suffocate them to death. Hit them where it hurts the most, which is the money. Look, even if you, like, grow your own onions, growing onions and potatoes is like the easiest goddamn thing in the world. Potatoes especially. Start growing potatoes. Watch a video on basic gardening. If you have any semblance of a yard or a balcony or any semblance of space in your home or apartment or whatever, grow something. I can't because I have cats and they'll eat all the plants if I grow them inside. And they could get sick from that and they'll just make a terrible mess and I don't have space. But you know what? I'm going back to my parents. And I'm going to start trying to do some gardening. It's a little bit late in the season, but that's why I want to start Larptown as a homestead. Because I want to be able to raise chickens and bees and ducks and grow things. Because I see a problem. And the only way I know how to fix it is to become more self-sufficient and help other people around me become self-sufficient. And I think that's one of the things I like about LARP is you see a lot of people with these like old school skills because they're just cool to have as a LARPer, like blacksmithing or sewing, weaving. But nobody knows how to do those things anymore in most towns, villages, cities, neighborhoods, whatever, because we rely on the global trade and manufacturing system. But it's not working for us anymore. All it's doing is making the rich richer and the poor poorer, and the middle class is disappearing again. So we need to find a way to help all of the people around us become more self-sufficient. And this is kind of the idea of villages, is there was always somebody in the village who covered for a skill that the village didn't have, so that the village would end up having all of the skills and supplies that it needed to function without intervention from other places. Look at isolated tribes. They still exist. They produce everything that they need. Why can't we have a more decentralized system like that today? We have communication that allows us to communicate with people around the world instantaneously, yet we're more isolated than ever before. It just, something is not working, and I think part of that is the fact that we have these super corps that are owning everything. And I listened to another video last night with I believe she's a Dutch philosopher named Ingrid, which is awkward because that's my name. Hearing my name is very unusual to me. But she's proposed a system called limitarianism. And that's, you know, there's a limit to what you're allowed to earn before you're taxed 100%. And it goes back to, like, the old Greek philosophy of what makes a good life. How much money do you need in order to be happy? And $1 billion is too much. That, I think even $100 million is too much. I would say cap it at 100 mil. No one is allowed to have more than that, and the rest of the money goes back to the government of the country that the person is in to pay for social services and, like, scientific research and stuff. And maybe, like, if they willfully donate to research for, like, health, like cancer research and whatnot, and preservation and the arts and all that, you know, give them some form of a kickback. your parents treat their backyard with pesticides, ask them not to. Just say, hey, can you stop this? I'll show you. I'll send you all of the permaculture videos. You won't need pesticides ever again. Because if you create the right kind of ecology in your backyard, you will never need another pesticide or weed killer ever again. And, you know, that's another, like, Americanism that needs to die, is the green lawn. Are your parents, like, the like, mow lines in the lawn kind of people? Yeah, where you can see, like, that grid line, or like the stripes in the grass where the mower went back and forth, and it's like a perfect it's like a perfect almost checkerboard kind of thing, or just stripes. It's kind of like the vacuum lines in the carpet. Where it's like, it's not right unless you can see that it's been vacuumed in the last 5 minutes. Yeah. You know what my family did? We got rid of all of our grass and we put in gardens. Like, beautiful rock gardens. My dad got rid of the lawnmower, and the grass that we do have, he's just like, oh, the grass needs a trim, and he goes outside, plunks his ass down in the lawn with a pair of garden shears, and spends like an hour or two just trimming the grass by hand. It's really funny to see. Our neighbors are all like, what the fuck? But, like, there's maybe 10 square feet of grass in my parents' lawn, in their yard. The rest is gardens. And when those gardens are in bloom, even when they're not in bloom, people come from around the neighborhood. They like to just walk down our street because the garden is so beautiful. And some of our other neighbors were like, wow, your garden's so beautiful. That must be so much work. And we're like, not really. And then they started doing gardens. They're like, oh god, I have to do so much lawn maintenance all the time. The garden must be so much trouble. And we're like, no. We got rid of the lawnmower. We don't have to pay any gas or electricity for it anymore. Saves us a lot of money. We don't have to maintain it. It's one less machine to own. There's more space in the garage or the shed, whatever you have. And it's not a noise generator anymore because it's gone. I hate lawnmowers. I hate the sound they make. I hate vacuums too, but they're just kind of necessary. You need to keep places clean. Leaf blowers, get a goddamn rake. Or a broom. Depends on the surface of what you're cleaning up. Don't be lazy. And, like, even if you want to get rid of your vacuum, just don't have carpets. Carpets are evil. You need fancy carpets, aka rugs. And, you know, oh, is it dusty and dirty? Well, take it outside and beat it. Solves the problem. You don't need a vacuum. We didn't have vacuums for, you know, the 6,000 years of human history. They're very recent. But we've had fancy carpets for thousands of years. And we cleaned them by dunking them in the river. Or beating them out. And then dunking them in the river. And then drying them in the sun. You know what's great for disinfecting things? UV radiation! We can't get much cleaner than ultraviolet rays. Sure, it takes longer, requires more energy, a little bit more time, but you know what? We have all this technology to save us so much time. Dishwashers, laundry machines, vacuums, lawnmowers, but our world is now noisy and we still don't have enough time for the things that matter to us. As a matter of fact, we seem to have less time. And that's why I just want to slow down. I just want to step away from it. I hate doing dishes by hand, so I will always gladly have a dishwasher. Same thing with laundry. Those two things I probably couldn't give up, but like I lived without a microwave for like a whole year. And you know what? I had to cook better things. I had to find different ways of cooking things. So I spent more time inventing recipes and finding other ways to heat stuff up rather than just sticking it in the microwave. And this is when I learned that I hate coffee that's been microwaved. If you microwave coffee, you are a sociopath. Same with tea. Don't microwave these things. Put it in a pot and put it on the goddamn stove and heat it up that way if it's cold. Because it tastes so much better. You're not boiling the bejesus out of the molecules. You're heating it up slowly and naturally. Yeah, no, my parents microwave coffee and I'm just like, stop! Like, they make the coffee the normal way, and then they reheat it in the microwave when it gets cold, and I'm just like, ah! And I hate it. It's so gross. Just put it in a pot and heat it up on the stove. Please. Or get one of those little cup warmers if you're taking forever to drink your coffee. Which is, you know, honestly something that I need because my tea is kind of getting cold. I need one of those little, like, mug warmer plates. Sorry, I've been talking for a really long time and not really painting. I apologize. But also I was like starting to get the screwy eyeballs. But like even the adjustments that I've made today are so good. 'Cause this was more or less what we had before we put in all the smoke and fix the tail. Necromancer's just so appalled at the microwave coffee thing. My dearest sibling, aka fuckface. Yeah. Why do you have to pick him up? He has legs, he can walk. What happened to your foot? You said earlier that you were using a crutch. Is it just hurt, or like just hurting, or did you like do something to it? You know what you tell fuckface? Be like, I have to use crutches. I can't drive while using crutches. Maybe you should get your license and get a car. When people tell me they can't drive me places, you know what I do? I use my goddamn legs. I walk places. Or I take the bus. I know America has like really terrible transit systems, but Yeah, it sounds like your body just needs a break, man. You can overwork yourself. What's all the heavy lifting that you're doing? Yeah, well, not using your foot too can also cause problems as well. Could it be the shoes you wear too? Really, really old shoes can really fuck up your feet. And honestly, like, if you're somebody with, like, a lot of, like, lower back, hip, knee, ankle problems, especially, like, someone who's, like, oh, like, I have, like, fallen arches and whatnot, and plantar fasciitis, which is, like, lots of little pain in the bottoms of my feet, in the muscles on the bottoms of my feet. The best thing I ever did was wear barefoot shoes. So, like, the tabby that I have are just a rubber sole and a bit of cotton, and that's it. And oh my god, I could wear those things for days. They're so comfortable. I could stand for hours, which is something really, really bizarre for me. I've never been able to stand for a long period of time, and it turns out that most of the problems in my ankles, feet, knees, hips, back, everywhere else were all related to the shoes I was wearing. We've designed our shoes with all sorts of cushioning and support and all this stuff that for thousands of years, and I mean tens of thousands of years, we didn't have. And it turns out that it's just not good. Oh, my dad was having some contractors over. We needed to move heavy stuff. Oh, an armoire. Okay, like a big TV cabinet. Yeah. Now that I'm moving again, I'm looking at the own less stuff. Yeah. Like, I'm moving back into my parents, and I have been living away from home for 15 years. And, I have my own household of stuff now. And now I have to fit it into their household of stuff, which also contains partial households of their parents' stuff. And I'm just like, including that one scary fuck moment when Dad reached under the fucking ego adjuster. Oh god! That's how you lose fingers, man. Yeah. Yeah. I understand. Hey, just because you don't get along with someone or don't like someone doesn't mean you want physical harm to come to them. I understand that. It's like you can dislike someone and still respect them as like another human being with thoughts and feelings and, you know, existences of their own. Ugh, SUVs, man. Those things, they're so dangerous. Yeah. Mortality is scary. I saw a side pass by. She's awake. Oh, yeah, it's 12:30. Honestly, it sounds like you need therapy. And I don't mean that in the mean way. I mean, like, I think everybody should have therapy. Everybody. Even the therapists should see therapists. And, like, if you nearly died, like, I can understand that that would cause you some trauma, man. Like, I don't think talking about it with your parents, if you feel like they're not gonna understand, is gonna help you. Ugh. God, semi-trucks are scary. RoboCop 2014. Did I watch that? There was a RoboCop film in 2014? I'm trying to remember if I saw that film or not. Oh yeah, I think I did. I think I did see that movie. I just, yeah, yeah, I did see it. Yeah, everybody has a different reaction to different things. I wouldn't know what my reaction to that would be because I haven't experienced something like that. I can't even fathom, like, the true experience of it. But yeah, no, Ross, it sounds like you should definitely seek some sort of therapy for the accident you were in, for sure. Like, I would recommend at least, you know, maybe talk to each parent individually and like just be like, hey, can we have a serious talk? No fighting. Can you just listen? Don't say anything. Just listen. Let me say my piece, and then don't say anything else. Just think on it. Say nothing. Just think on it. And if you want to have another conversation about it, then come back to me. But I just need to say something. Like, individually, one at a time, so they can't gang up on you. And also be like, these are the boundaries of respect that I expect in this conversation. Do not overstep them. Otherwise the conversation will end and I will walk away. And I will never discuss it with you again. Because if it's something that important, and your parents do care about you, like if they do truly care about you and they're not like just narcissistic buttheads, then they should at least give you enough respect to listen to you. And if they don't, well, that just shows you that maybe you should probably start distancing yourself from them. I don't know the dynamic between you and your family. Like, I hear a lot of things from you, but, you know, I like to think that most families do legitimately care for one another. And if you sit down and calmly say, I need to talk to you about something very important to me, and I need you to say nothing, just listen. Say nothing. Just listen. And then say what you need to say, and then offer them the opportunity to say something. And, you know, understand that, like, you would have to explain your fears to them about, you know, what you said about them just being like, oh, you just need to move on from it. You know, explain why you have the fear of them saying that, or them not caring about how you feel. Because that's it's a communication thing, right? They're not mind readers, but they also, like, if they feel like they're being blamed for something, they're not going to want to listen. Nobody wants to feel guilty about anything. And I think that's the best way you could probably approach that topic. But don't give them the opportunity to gang up on you. So, one at a time, private conversation, you know. Wait for a rainy day and sit down with a cup of tea or coffee with your mom or your dad. Just be like, hey, I just want to have a conversation with you about something that's really important to me and has really affected me, and, you know, I just want you as my parent and someone I care deeply for to just listen to me, because I just need to talk about something. And if they're a good person, they will listen. If if they're a bad person, well, you'll find out pretty fast. But I think it's important to understand that nobody wants to feel like they're being blamed for something. So you have to figure out a way to approach that without making them feel like they're at fault for something in that accident. I do see one on a bi-weekly basis. For the ground and covering, still more to cover. There's always more ground to cover. Yeah. And I think, yeah, just, I'm glad that you are seeing a therapist. I definitely probably need to see one. I just don't have the options. They're just, it's just not an option. But in a way, the streaming is my therapy. I think because of streaming and because of LARP and because like I have such a supportive community here, you know, just having you guys show up and chat with me on a daily basis, like, really has helped me a lot to grow as a person. Yeah, it sucks, but you know, I've been finding ways to deal with things without causing problems for myself or others. And you know, I give myself mercy now. I don't blame myself for things going wrong. I'm just like, you know what, it happened. Let's try to learn from it and move on. You know, and the like, oh, I've let my life slip away from depression. Well, all I can do now is just live, right? And it's the same thing with your accident. You survived. You've taken the moment to face possible mortality, but you've survived. And that is already the first step in overcoming whatever it is that's really tearing you apart. And like, I understand, like in my case, that, you know, I could be spending more time looking for a job instead of sleeping, but I don't sleep well. And I could have gotten more exercise and taken better care of my body, but I was like, oh, I was so depressed I couldn't do anything. And well, why was I depressed? And it slowly cycles back to being bullied so much by people when I was younger, and that one goddamn psychiatrist or psychologist who was like, but it's your fault for letting them get to you, in really terrible Indian accent that sounds more Russian than anything else. I know, I understand now as an older adult what he was getting at, but when I was 16, that did not help. I needed help, and I probably also needed medication much earlier. And, you know, finding solutions to the problems that I have, even just small ones, such as I keep a notepad on my desk, and I take notes sometimes. It really helps. Sizes! 17 months, wow. Thank you.
Sione has been here 17 months.
And, like, I was afraid to get medication for the longest time. Because, like, I saw what it did to my brother, and he had the same thing that I'm on now, but he had, like, super negative reactions to it. And he's, like, super against brain-altering medications, because hypochondria, probably, almost definitely, absolutely. And so, like, after the thing with the psychologist, and then seeing my brother react poorly to medications that they put him on because they just didn't have the right things back then, really put me off, and I got to a point where I was considering doing something permanent. And I'm glad that I didn't, and it's people like Sai who helped me recover from that. You know, encouraging me to get help and to talk to somebody. And now, because of that, I'm here and I can give advice to someone else who might be struggling. And I think that's great. And so when I talk to other people who are struggling, especially with the possible extreme measure of leaving existence, I like to point out that, you know, I thought the same way too, and now I'm here to be able to talk to them, and if they can get through it, they might be able to save someone else. And so, in a way, we start saving each other and become each other's own little superheroes. I think it's kind of neat. So, always seek help, because you're not being a bother. That's my greatest fear, is being a bother to other people. An inconvenience. And it's something I struggle with even now. And the fact that, like, you guys are still here after all this time. You come back every day and you at least say hi before lurking or whatever. I still deeply appreciate it. Because this is my therapy. I can't afford therapy, but this is my therapy in a way. You know, just giving advice to other people. You never know what can change someone's life. Just a little bit of, you know, trying can change everything. Sure, I'm not like some big streamer like Iron Mouse or anything. But would I want to be? Probably not. Like, that much attention, I would probably lose my mind. I like small, tight-knit communities of people. I like helping people, but I can't help the whole world. But I can help other people who can help other people. And it's a chain, you know? It's kind of like, you raid out to someone, you hang out with them for a little while, and then, like, you go off and do something else, and next thing you know, you're in a raid train through, like, 10 other creators, and then you find someone who's really amazing at the end of it, and you're like, oh, and then you make a new lifelong friend out of them. Like, that's really neat. And it's, like, in a way, the Twitch community is like that. We all help each other to grow and meet new people. I think that's what I like most about Twitch's system, is it allows for great communication between the creator and the community. Because, I mean, without their communities, creators we're just producers of content. That's it. And if nobody is there to consume the content, is it really content? Not really. Thanks, Ross. I value my integrity above most other qualities. My tea is very cold now. Also, for the people who play Palia, on a completely other note, there's animal husbandry coming, and I'm very excited because I can have chickens. They're called peckies. But we get chickens. And I'm very excited for chickens. I hope they give us bees as well. It does look like bee is an option. so I can have my chickens and bees in Palia. And I'm excited for that. I know today's subjects were really heavy. Today's talk is very philosophical. I was just feeling that today. I'm not good at being a gremlin. But we do have the Q burrito. Sometimes I have my gremlin modes. They're rare, but they're fun. Today was not a gremlin mode day. It was definitely like a Monday philosophy. And while we didn't get a lot of painting done, we did get a lot of fixes done to the painting. And it looks really good. I want to add a little more curls like these ones into places. I kind of like the like little wispies. When you brought up how your drink got cold reminds me of a story. Seeing trying to make for Gundam fan fiction with the captain of the ship on the bridge. So caught up in their own work, the coffee got cold. Oh no! Cold coffee. It's iced coffee now. Stylize the smoke a little bit more. Which is one of several ways I want to show that Succubus is so focused on being an actual leader that should not be taking care of themselves, which they should. That's the most importance do you bring up to them. Yep. One of my points in my depression, I was like, how can I be expected to help others if I can't even help myself? And I just didn't know how to overcome that. thought, what right do I have to help others if I can't help myself? But then I realized that was stupid. And then I realized that helping others makes me feel better about myself. Because I feel like I've contributed something. Uthway, hello. Good afternoon. Or time zone approved greetings to you, Tog. How's the day going? I don't know if you said hi. Nope, this is the first time you said anything today. But hi. How was your weekend? We've made adjustments to the painting today, and we had deep philosophical conversations. In some cases, quite deep ones, yes. But there's nothing wrong with that. Done a couple of bits of rants on some politics. I've probably made some people have the feels. I know I made myself have the feels. My throat is a little bit sore from talking too much. So there's that too. Thank you, Necromancer, for the gifted sub!
Necromancer Dark is hosting a guest. Welcome Yarmouthway to the island.
Yarmouthway. It's important to do vocal warm-ups before streaming. You know what I do before streaming? I wake up. My alarm goes off at 8:55 in the morning, and then at 9 I turn on the stream. Unless it's this morning, in which case I hit the start streaming button and it didn't actually strike, so I get back to my computer at 9:07 and I'm like, why is nobody here yet? Oh, I haven't started the stream. 'Cause I'm a derp. I also didn't sleep well, and my allergy season tends to be around this time of year because I have trouble with goldenrod, it seems, and the place I live in is like the capital of goldenrod. I am starting to develop a headache though, so I'm going to take an Advil. Just a single one. Cold tea. Any colder and it'll be iced tea. You know who hasn't shown up today either? Conk. We haven't seen Conk today. Also, we haven't done our weather check. What's our weather like today? 15 degrees Celsius with a high of 19. Oh, I love the fall. Except it's gonna be 26 on Wednesday. Blech. Gross. Gross, gross, gross. We didn't get our meta last week at all. I think there was one day with a meta? Can't remember. I think it was only one day. No meta for us. I'm gonna go turn on the kettle and use the facilities because I've had lots to drink, and we're gonna make another hot drink. I'll be right back. Everybody get up and stretch and move your legs. You don't want blood clots. Make sure you get some exercise. Ross, maybe stretch your feet. Just stretch your feet. You don't need to walk, just do foot stretches. Wiggle your toes. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm back. Yes, fall. Crunchy, spicy leaf season is the best. I made hot chocolate. 'Cause I'm worth it. I didn't have enough milk to put in it, so I had to put cream in it instead. Because I went to go change the milk bag, and you know how sometimes, well, Canadians would know, but sometimes the milk, like, spills off the side of the bag and into the carafe. There was mold in the carafe. So, I had to put the carafe in the wash. See you later, Hira. Thanks for coming by. It's nice to see a new regular. You have a great day. I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah. Whoop! Meow just like bounced off me, just a ponk. I love it when that happens. I wish I could set the emotes to more likely to hit me. Yes. I like it when they go flying. Not all of them, but just a little more than usual. But they're still pretty great. When they do happen, it's really special, I guess. But yeah, after the milk jug carafe thing needs a disinfecting, I guess. I suppose it's been a while since it's been washed, so it just needed it. So I poured the leftover boiling water from the kettle in there with some soap, and then filled it up with really hot water from the tap. So if Sai wants any milk, she's just gonna have to suffer, I guess. Or clean the carafe before I do. But I'm streaming, can't take the extra time. They're a little bit Irish there. Can't take the extra time. I feel like I'm getting a little bit better at accents as I speak more. I feel like I have gotten better at speaking than I used to be because of streaming, because I have to talk so much. I was less nervous at Conquest this year, and I largely attribute that to the last 6 months of streaming that I had done. I'm more likely to communicate with random people. Because one of the things you learn is that people aren't as assholey as you suspect them to be. I think modern media is to blame for that. You see a lot of like Karens and interactions with bad people because that's what gains the clicks. Conflict. And so we just have this perception of the world as kind of a terrible place, but it's actually not. It's actually quite the opposite. The majority of people are kind and community oriented. It gives you a bit more of a positive outlook. Being an adult never does stop, no. I will have to go soon too. My energy levels are quite low today, and I want to do a little bit more packing too. I'll see you later, Ross. Thank you for listening to my philosophical advice. If you do talk to your family about your accident, I hope it goes well for you. Just remember, the key is to not make people feel like they're being blamed if you want to have a chat with them. That is the most important thing. And to set boundaries and adhere to those boundaries, but not adhere angrily. Yeah, just breathe. Sometimes just taking a deep breath and just letting things go is the most freeing thing ever. That person definitely didn't want to let that go. Just like a little meep afterwards. That traffic noise. That traffic noise was perfect. That was the best timing ever. I don't know if I can clip that, but that was pretty funny. It's like, sometimes just letting things go is the most freeing thing ever. Why does stuff like that happen? That was pretty great. Comedic timing. I might be able to catch that clip after stream. I have that set up. It looks like I got the right time area. I just need to do a little bit of editing, but I'm not going to do that on stream. I'll get that afterwards. But it was funny, so I'll just save that for later. Sorry, I'm just drinking hot chocolate now. How about you, Necromancer? How you doing? You're pretty quiet today. Neff has been super quiet for weeks. I presume you're just working. Also, I've noticed that I've started getting, like, just copyright notices on my content on YouTube ever since Spirit City switched over to Homework Radio, or from Homework Radio to Lo-Fi Girl. Just working details out. I had to find last minute flights, car rentals, etc. Oh, are you going on another trip? Or is this for your grandmother? I'm assuming probably related to that. get back to... Oh, okay. I'm assuming that's South Dakota. San Diego. Oh, okay. Wow, California. I'm guessing your grandfather's not well either. My condolences to you and your family for the loss of your grandmother. That's gotta be hard. Spend time with them while you can. Lost liver function has been released by the hospital to hospice today. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. You have a safe trip, okay? And remember, I'm here if you need to talk. You just message me whenever. Pretty sure I gave you my phone number. So, if it's really important, you can call me. I am a friend. Time to talk and chat and help you out as much as I can. It's fine, it's just a lot. I mean, now you ain't packed schedule is just frustrating. Yeah. No, I get it. And man, you still showed up today? Like, if you need to take some time and, you know, you need a little bit of time away from stream, I totally get that, man. Just know I worry when you don't show up, so if you're gonna go for a couple of days, please let me know so I don't have to worry. be out Friday for the flight? Okay. As long as I know I don't have to worry about you. You've grown attached to Necromancer like a fungus. Can't be rid of me now. It's too late. Gremlin mode activated. Oh no. Monitor, stop turning off on me! Is it just bad cable? Every last port on my computer seems to be loose. Every last one of them. Doesn't matter what it is, whether it's the USB or the HDMI, everything is just kind of loose. And I don't know what it is. It's driving me batshit insane. Guys at the computer store that time that I had to keep bringing in my computer to figure out what was wrong, they said everything seems to be normal, so, but like, I do the leg bounce and, like, my computer will just turn off, like, the computer, not the computer, but like, the phone for my tracking will disconnect, or like the monitor will switch off momentarily. Like the screen will just go black like it loses connection. So the power to the monitor is fine. It's the connection that's the problem to the back of the system. Whenever you hear my computer do the boom or bling blongs of things getting disconnected or reconnected, That's usually the phone that I'm using for tracking, disconnecting. It's really quite vexing, actually. Can't help but wonder if it's something with my case, maybe. Like maybe they just sold me a case that's not very good for my motherboard. Maybe the case itself is not good. So like maybe the sockets are sticking out too far or something, and that's causing problems. Who knows? Just sugar throwing parts of the problem? Yeah. I wonder if one of my old cases can hold everything that I have. Just try a different case and see what happens. I'm actually thinking of writing out now, but I guess I'll see you tomorrow then, Necromancer. My eyes are getting a little bit scurry, but oh god damn, that smoke was so good! You have a great day, Necromancer. Let's see who we can raid. We can raid CEO. He's on for once. Okay, Franz, we're off sailing to other waters. My brain's getting a little screwy because I'm so tired. We're gonna go to Zeogrim. Everybody say hello to him. May your journey there be safe. Calm ocean waters. Joy washing up on stranger shores. I love you, bye-bye!